side and keep holding me closer. I'm feeling alive, just keep holding me closer. When I could fly, wanna lay it on your shoulder. Look at the sky, the stars burning golden. Stay by my side and keep holding me closer. Feeling alive, you are lifting me higher. Don't stop pulling me closer. Out of control, I can't tame my desire. You keep pulling me closer. Now that I found you, I burn like a fire. You keep pulling me closer. I don't need a flashlight 'cause you are my lighter. So keep pulling me closer.
I'm taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Go slow, don't rush, take So it should be the one to hold me. And never giving, no surrender, no. Go slow, don't rush, taking your time. Give me that touch, baby, all night. Show me your love if you're all mine. If you're all mine, if you're all mine. If you're mine, if you're go slow, don't rush, taking your time. Give me that touch, baby, all night. Show me your love if you're all mine. If you're all mine, if you're all mine. If you're mine, if you're
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, not for the sunrise? That's what you said. And you had me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away alone, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
Woke up in the middle, in a field full of fighters, fighting a battle, fall down, get up, losing requires. Stay strong till you're moving,
a higher ground. Rise up and prove steady forward. I'll stay around. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher. I ain't freaking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break. We'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break. We'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break. We'll make it. Put your armor on, setting the game straight. Something to hold on, 'cause I count on checkmate. You won't be alone, we'll be standing tall. Till the day is gone, you find it all the way up. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher. I ain't freaking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break. We'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break. We'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break. We'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break. We'll make it
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems.
got no problem.
They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And nothing I need to worry about. 'Cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe. 'Cause I got no problems.
Well, welcome to day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup finals here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Well, yesterday it delivered, didn't it? It delivered drama, skill and some early shocks too. And today, well, the pressure only gets higher for some of our competing nations as we conclude the group stages. The stakes are massive and every single match counts, and that's because all of our nations get to go again. It's the second bite of the cherry, isn't it? Because they have 5 more matches to contest. They play every nation in their group once again today in a bid to reach the knockouts. And to take us through all today's drama, we have these 3 lovely chaps alongside me. We've got Chris Tunn, Abdulaziz and Harry Channon joining me. Welcome, guys. Yesterday, as I just mentioned, was pretty chaotic, as we expect from day 1 here at a World Cup. Can we sit back a little bit? Because is it really a reset for the teams today?
Yeah, they've had the opportunity to get a nice night's sleep. They've went over the VOD, seen what went wrong or what went well, and now they have an opportunity to do, well, exactly the same thing. They're playing the exact same teams, 5 more games. You have an opportunity to change what went wrong, or again, just do what you did better.
Abdulaziz, you're a world champion yourself. 10 years ago now, 2015. Today, was that a day you relished if you'd done well yesterday, or a new chance if you hadn't done so well?
Oh yes, first of all, I would like to say good morning to you guys. I would say my teammates and to everyone watching us behind the screens. Yes, today I think is the day that we need as a team, as players. It's your time now. If you win, you are more likely going to advance, but if you lose, you are out. There is absolutely no other chance. So yes, now everything is on the line.
We had so many cagey affairs yesterday, Harry. Are we going to see the same today, or do tactics need to change massively? Are we going to see much more one-sided affairs?
For some nations more than others, they need to change because we saw a lot of nations struggle to step up to the plate. You ask, can we sit back? I think some nations, most of them really need to sit forward. They need to lock in and make sure they put their best foot forward today. Otherwise, we could be saying goodbye to some massive, massive eFootballing nations.
In terms of tactics, which we saw yesterday, was there anything that surprised you from the player picks and the teams, Abdulaziz?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. I think Morocco, before the tournament, I thought they can do something. But yesterday, they didn't even win a single game. They didn't grab any point. So that was really shocking for me. On the other side, Jordan played really well against Indonesia in the first game, and they gave them a hard time, but they couldn't keep the momentum, you know? Every game, I think, out of the 5 games they played yesterday, they were taking the lead a lot, but they cannot keep the lead. So this is another thing that they will need to be focusing on for today. And yeah, let's see what we will have today.
How do you change that, though, when you have had such a difficult first day?
I think, again, it's that whole going back reset. It's the opportunity to have a second day, right? At least you have that time to sit yourself down, figure out what went badly, and then you can go again. You know you have that exact same opportunity as you did yesterday to try and change things. So you just need to know that you need to up your game. But it's never just that simple, though, right? It's not just a case, okay, do this better. It's everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. You need to just raise your level as much as you can.
Harry, I was going to say that. Surely it's more difficult on day 2 because every team knows exactly how you play and either how to beat you or, you know, if you lost to them, they know how to kind of work against you.
Yeah, it almost becomes a bit of a game of rock, paper, scissors. You know, do you stick, do you twist? It really depends on how you feel about your performance in the first day. Did you get a bit lucky? Did you get unlucky? You know, all these things come into practice. For me, the big telling point is experience. You're looking at the types of nations that are currently on the outside looking in. I know we'll get a chance to deep dive into the groups, but nations like Thailand, Jordan, they have their own leagues. They represent themselves on a professional standard for a pretty consistent basis. They've been here before. They know how to steady the storm. It's about whether or not they can perform when the lights are brightest here in the arena.
Yeah, well, we'll find that out today, won't we? Yesterday, we did give you a chance to vote for your Axe Player of the Day. Some of our panel, they picked some nominated players, and then you could go on FIFA.gg and vote for who you wanted to win. I can announce that the accolade from day 1 goes to Brazil and Henriquinho there. They sit 3rd, actually, in their group. I mean, congratulations to Brazil, obviously, for a solid day yesterday, but did you expect people to vote for Henriquinho out of the 4 that we had?
Well, maybe just for the fandom in Brazil more than anything. But at the same time, I think, you know, it was me who put Henriquinho forward just purely because of the storyline coming to it. I always just think, when I think Brazil, I think Guevara, and I think of that guy who won multiple world championships, and he is out of the lineup because of this guy who performed quite well. They were inconsistent yesterday, absolutely. We're going to chat about it, absolutely, as well. But they had some very, very good games yesterday. Found a good result against the team who are now top of the table in Italy. Yeah, big shoes to fill when you speak about Guevara. I mean, a multiple-time world champion. If you're stepping up to the plate to replace a man who led his nation to the silver medal, the runners-up of last year, you have to perform. And I think Henriquinho did just that. We're seeing him here with this one-on-one chance. I mean, he's cool as ice in front of goal. That's what led him to a quarter-final appearance in the World Finals in Tokyo earlier this year in July. I think he's got what it takes to pair João Victor for Brazil and maybe this year push Brazil over the line and could be one of the favourites.
Out of the Brazilian side, who do you think acted as more of a leader yesterday? Was it Henriquinho or was it João Victor?
I think definitely Henriquinho because everyone was just focusing on João. But on the other hand, nobody gave the light to this guy because he is doing a lot of work in terms of defense, in terms of attack, and creating chances. So the guy is really helping João. And as Harry said, I think he is going a little bit further this year with João, and maybe they can do something, let's say, in the late stages.
Well, the runners-up, of course, weren't they, last year? And they're out here and they mean business. But to fill those shoes, Abdulaziz, you know what it's like, you know, stepping in to a nation when you've had success, because Saudi Arabia, we've had a lot of success in the virtual football world. What is it like when you kind of, you know, you take over from someone who has come before you?
Oh, I mean, to be honest, I think you have got to be ready for that. But it's not easy job at all. You need to prepare yourself, you need to be ready, and you need to see, I mean, how it can help you. And sometimes you need someone who can help you, whether as a coach or someone you can trust, because these kind of people around you, as we saw yesterday with Indian guys, the team of India in mobile, they were dominating and they were playing so good. I think because of his father, because when you have someone that kind, you know, who knows you very well, definitely will help you.
I always listen when Abdulaziz talks as well, especially about who's doing well, because he's been there and done it. So I'm like, okay, India in terms of mobile and maybe Brazil in terms of console. Guys, you should listen to what this world champion has to say. Okay, righty. Well, it's not just the four of us up here. We also have our reporter on the ground. You know who he is. He was here yesterday. He's back again for us today. It's CJ, and let's check in with him now.
I'm here with the Arsenal style. Arsenal, I saw yesterday you showed your tattoo on the stream. Can you tell us a little bit behind it? I love it.
Yes, it's a portrait of my dog. I actually lost her 3 years ago, so it's the dog that I've loved the most in my life. So it's kind of a motivation for me to have this portrait in my skin. I remember that she loved to be with me when I was playing online matches, so it's good to have her here.
Perfect. And tell me about how you found the day one matches here at the FIFA World Cup.
I feel great. Honestly, I think we ended up being in a positive way because there were matches that we were losing and we were able to make a comeback. Even when we were losing and we didn't end up winning, we managed to get a draw. So it's pretty motivating and I feel really confident for today.
And just the last one for you, a spicy one. Who would you like to beat in the final?
I would like to be Indonesia. I think they are the strongest one. There's a reason why they are world champions. But I also think people would like Mexico against Brazil in the final. That would be great.
Perfect. Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say it's the reporter's worst nightmare when your guest takes the microphone off and you're like, oh no, please, I don't want to leave it. But the Arsenal style there, a really emotional story, and obviously that will help him, dig deep in the moments that really matter today. Obviously they're sitting in a good space at the moment. They go up against Morocco first. Again, they got that victory against them yesterday. When you've had that victory, Abdulaziz, is it easier today because you know you've beaten them already?
Of course it's not, but...
I thought you were going to say it is easier. I think I've done it. I've been there, got the T-shirt. I can beat them again.
No, I don't think so. But I think, Chris, I mean, would you like to see a new nation that definitely will lift let's say, the World Cup for this year?
You know what? Good question, actually. I think who I would like to see, I don't have any. There's no favoritism. There's no bias on this desk. You see, England aren't here, so I can't be biased in that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just avoiding the question, Harry. Do you want to answer the question?
Why do we pay him? I don't know why.
If we're talking about avoiding questions, why are we asking Harry what?
I would love to see a new nation.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Indonesia, it's so tough. It's arguably more difficult to defend a title than to just outright win one. So if we see Indonesia go back-to-back, then we're seeing just pure greatness. I think it's possible for them, but more than likely we're going to see a new nation. And I'd love to see it. I've got a few names in mind, but I'm going to just hold the cards close to my chest for now.
Well, after day one, Indonesia are the only team who are still undefeated in their group, or in both groups, I should say as well. They go in Group B. Let's just remind everyone at home then exactly our 12 nations who are still in with the chance at the moment in day two. We will lose 4 of them after the 5 matches today because only 8 progressed through to those quarterfinals. Group A then, just a reminder here, looks like this: Saudi Arabia, Italy, they're topping the table at the moment. Brazil, Chile, Thailand and Turkey there. And then in Group B, you just saw it, but I'll remind you, Indonesia on top, Japan, Mexico, Poland, Jordan and Morocco. Standings then, as I mentioned, look like this. Italy are at the top. The ones that we're kind of really looking out for, I'm going to say today, we can see who's got themselves in a good position. It's Thailand and Chile. 4 points there. You know, if one slip from Turkey and one of those nations could go through. Let's see the state of play in Group B then as well. Indonesia, as I mentioned, only team undefeated. They did get a draw in the end, but 4 wins next to the name. Japan and Mexico had a really good outing yesterday. Poland not too far behind them. And then Jordan and Morocco sitting in those situations that may lead to being eliminated in 5 and 6 at the moment. We'll see how that goes today. Right, well, what's up for grabs then? Well, we've got a big prize pool as always on the FIFA events. $30,000 for your champion and $18,000 for a runner-up. If you get to those quarterfinals, that's what's at stake today, it's $6,000 guaranteed. Right, the schedule today then. These are our featured matchups. These are not the only matchups. If you want to go on FIFA.gg, you can watch every single nation in action. We all kick off at 12 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes time with Thailand taking on Italy. Then it's Chile, Turkey, Brazil, Thailand, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and then to round out our day here on the console side of things, it's Indonesia, defending champions, taking on Poland. I mean, the Italy-Thailand one is a massive matchup. We put that as our feature matchup for the first time yesterday, and it delivered. Italy did take the honours in that one. Let's see what they will do today. But first up, shall we say a very good morning to our first caster pairing as well, Leah Harvey and Cole.
Hi.
Welcome back, guys. How are you feeling this morning? We're feeling a little bit more nervous because obviously we're saying goodbye to a couple of nations at the end of today.
Yeah, first off, Rachel, we won't take the mic from you like the Arsenal style did, so don't worry, you can keep hold of your headset. But yeah, Alia, we're looking forward to it today, aren't we? It's a big game to start off with, and we're going to have to say goodbye to some teams.
I think we've got an exciting group stage today because in both Group A and Group B, there is no guarantee on which four are going to go through, and I cannot wait to see who makes it to the knockouts tomorrow.
Yeah, Morocco currently not on 5. I'm rooting for the Morocco Wonder Run, but we will see, Rachel.
Anything can happen. It's eFootball. There we go. Thanks, guys. We'll see you a little bit later for Thailand taking on Italy in our first feature matchup. That is coming your way in just over 15 minutes' time. So prepare yourself, but prepare yourself for this as well, because we're about to introduce you to all our nations today. There are still 12 left standing in eFootball console. Here they are.
It was almost perfect from the group stage. Last year we have 3 players in our team, and I think it really helped us to do some rotation, so our opponent is not easy to read what strategies we will use in the next match. And yeah, gratefully the tournament was really perfect for us. There is no real challenge in that time. I think in the quarterfinal when we met Morocco, because they are a really similar gameplay with us. In the final, I don't know, I feel so motivated. I love to play in such a big stage like FIFAe. I just grab my controller. I don't know, I feel like I will be the champion. Yeah, of course it's a very happy moment because I've been playing this game since I was a kid. I've been into the competition scene since I was 11. I need to wait for that moment for 10 years. Finally, yeah, the world champion is the only missing puzzle of my career. So the most satisfying moment in my career. Yeah, of course, I still want to win.
Welcome everybody to the FIFAe World Cup Finals 2025 featuring eFootball on console.
We're your hosts Milosh and Veracity, and we promised you yesterday that our matches will be on point. Where I'm here to report that they delivered that and more in spades. Action all day, every day. However, with our 12 teams, by the end of today, it'll be down to only 8.
That's right, Milosh. As the adrenaline is pumping, the hearts are racing, players. I know you're all eager to get this show on the road, so let's welcome our very first team. It is Indonesia. The 2024 champs have only 1 win so far, so it is up to Binong boys and Shinx Elga to bounce back today.
Holding on to the Group B mid-table, it's Mexico. the Arsenal style and Andre Pumas are at it again.
Morocco. With new faces this season, they are represented by Azadine and Uni.
Next up, it's Poland. Ostrovo and Zilo are looking for their first ever knockout appearance. Let's see if it happens today.
Next up is Jordan. With multi-event winners Saif Al-Haka and Mohamed Sajlawi.
The favorites return. It's Japan. Axe and Tests are hungry, and they're hungry for that elusive trophy.
Welcome to the stage, Turkey. With 3 draws yesterday, Arda Gazalgazo and Mujahid have to pull out all the stops today.
Next up, it's Chile. Looking to impress at their first FIFAe World Cup appearance, it's Blackhorn and Fixito.
Next is Thailand. Sibling support for Frankex and the young talent Jinsui joining him. It is all to play for.
Our host nation, Saudi Arabia. Godinesta and Figo are some of the most experienced players here at the FIFAe World Cup. And we see all of that yesterday and beyond.
Give it up for Italy. Sitting at the top of Group A, it is multi-world champion Eterito and Naples.
And last but not least, it's Brazil! The FIFAe 2024 World Cup runners-up, Jay Victor and Henriquinho, are back, and they are looking for gold this time around. These are 12 teams here at the FIFAe World Cup. The question is, who remains at the end of today?
Players, I'm looking at each and every single one of you. It is now or never. This is your opportunity to make your nations proud. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road, and it's back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Rasti and Milos. I mean, I was a little bit disappointed today. The choreographed routines, a bit muted, in my opinion.
You know what it is, right?
Did they?
What?
It's the business end of the competition, all right? It's do or die for some of these nations that we're seeing. So there's no more showboating. It's put your best foot forward. We saw some of the happier nations, obviously, sitting more healthy in the groups, but those like Jordan, Brazil, clearly very, very unhappy with where they stand in the groups at the moment.
I mean, Brazil just putting their hand up as if to say, like, number 5, or was it high? I wasn't quite sure. Poland, fist bumping. Japan, not as animated as yesterday when they had the Dragon Ball Z. They just went for a bit of a classic arm over the chest today. Anyway, I'm expecting more when we get to the quarterfinal, semi-final stages. Just putting it out there. I know the teams can hear me. There we go. Enough said on the topic. Right. Should we get back to exactly the state of play in the console side of things? Abdulaziz, let's go first, as we're seeing them, to Saudi Arabia.
Yesterday they played really well against Brazil, and they show that they can go so far in this tournament, but they just need to believe in themselves a little bit more. Yes, they lost the last game against Italy, which was really tough game, but in total they played really well. Now is the time. Now, today everything will be decided. So they will need to take it game by game, and let's see how it goes.
Anything specific you'd like to see them change?
Not much, but try to keep the lead when you have it.
That's pretty important. In terms of another team that, there or thereabouts, Japan. Kind of maybe, as Milos said, they're out here and they're one of the favourites. Are we still seeing them as one of the favourites today?
They can definitely turn it around, yeah. Like, we know that they have the ability. We look at the players they have on their roster, right? It's still all to play for today, that's the thing. I think when we look at both those group tables, there's nobody really you can count out yet. And, well, okay, Japan still not in a terrible spot. They have the ability to bring it back, and that's the thing. It's not like they're a team down there that you say, okay, yeah, well, we didn't really expect them to get through. They more than have the ability to finish even top 2 in that group.
Well, shall we hear from the Japanese side, the duo who are expecting a lot from their self, especially when they headed into the tournament.
やっぱり今年が2回目なので、すごい去年のリベンジの気持ちを持ってまた来ました。こういう機会はなかなかないので、特別な思いもありますし、やっぱり日本を代表するのが初めてではないので、そこの緊張感をちゃんと持って試合を行っていきたいと思います。勝つのが一番だと思うんですけど、やっぱり勝つためには自分が楽しまないといけないと思うので、楽しみつつしっかり一試合一試合勝てればなと思ってます。パートナーが同じ所属チームでもありますし、すごい仲のいい関係なので、そういう面ではすごく今回は自信があり、本当に勝つ気でいるので、そこは問題ないと思います。やっぱり日本の誇りを持って本当に一試合一試合負けられない戦いがあると思うので、頑張っていきたいと思います。
Words from them there, confident and ready to win. Second in the table in Group B, just behind Indonesia, the defending champions. Harry, when I asked Chris the question of are they still favourites, you were nodding your head.
Yes, I think they are much, much more comfortable this year. You can tell just from that VT how much more confident Axe seems about having his teammate Tess, who's now just arriving to the pod, fashionably late as ever Tess, having him alongside him, and of course with coach Takaki-san in the back as well. I think these two are some of the best players in the world. They're second in the group, as you said, Rach, so far. I mean, the only team above them at the moment is Indonesia, who
That's
were
the only
last
team
year's
they lost
champions.
to as well.
When you think back on 2024, they wanted that trophy. They failed to make it out of the group stages. They did everything right up until that last game, if you remember, against Costa Rica. It seemed like a gimme, they fell flat, and then they were dumped out in the group stages. They look healthier this year. I think they are definitely one of the favourites.
Well, we spoke about another team being one of the favourites. These possibly, but that wasn't the team I was going to mention. I was actually going to mention Thailand. We all came here with such strong hopes of Thailand and Jinsui being the recent world champion. Why haven't they quite converted what we felt into their performances yesterday, do you think?
I think the pressure, gets a little bit of them, and the lack of experience.
Yeah.
And also they faced really tough teams, Brazil, Italy. I mean, both of them, they definitely can go far in this tournament. But even though they still have huge chances to at least finish top 3 in the group.
Chris, they got 3 losses yesterday, did Thailand?
They did, and I know we'll speak about it because I know they're part of their feature matchup, but realistically for me, I think their big problem was just scoring goals. They scored 2 goals in 5 games yesterday. So many of their games ending 1-0. That's damning. You need to be able to convert more of your chances. But at the same time, they beat Chile 1-0, but lost to Turkey 1-0, drew with Saudi 1-1, lost to Italy 1-0. These are all very, very tight games. A goal here or there, they're potentially top of the table, right? It's not too far away. The only game that was really a blowout when they lost to Brazil 4-0, but Brazil are that free-flowing, and maybe that style just didn't suit how Thailand typically play. But they're small margins away from being in a good position, but they need to start scoring some goals.
Do they change their team? I'm just looking at the key players. They do have Cristiano Ronaldo.
To be honest with you, though, I mean, they've got Collar up top, right? I mean, he's another one of those players that you were expecting to be working for them as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's
one of those moments that you just expect to be able to see more goals from Thailand. We know we got the world champion on that team.
Yes.
You expect more.
Obviously, they lost to Italy, their first matchup yesterday. How much will that be playing on their mind, Abdulaziz?
Oh yes, now they know how Italy play, and of course they saw the game again. Of course, yesterday they know their mistakes, and now they are more prepared, let's say, for the game. And now they have to do something.
But Italy, we're going to say, are even more prepared as well because they got that victory. And Eterito, he means business coming here to the FIFAe World Cup finals. He wants to win this one. Shall we hear from him? Because CJ caught up with him at the beginning of today.
We're here on the floor ahead of day 2 and I found Eterito.
Indonesia this time have done what they couldn't do yesterday and scored a 5th goal in their game against Jordan. But what we've seen from Jordan so far earlier is that they never give up, especially, apparently, against Indonesia. They seem to have their number at times.
And to be a new nation coming into this, it is a little bit nerve-wracking. You're coming into an arena, you can see all of your opponents. To be the underdogs, essentially, playing your first game against the champions, I think Jordan have done really, really well for themselves. And I will say they are probably my favourites from Group B and the ones I really want to see make it through to the knockouts.
Yeah, it's understandable to be rooting for them. A new team here. They've got the 2023 World Esports Champion in Saif. And that is 1v1, but not so known in the 2v2 world. So certainly not bad players.
Substitution for Indonesia, number 26, Vieri. Number 23, Cristiano Ronaldo. Number 17,
Substitution for Indonesia, number 8, Guler. Coming on the field is number 3, Calafiori. Substitution in progress.
that you won. But if they've got a red card and they've managed to score an additional goal since we last tuned into this game, that does show the caliber of these players.
Yeah, Jordan trying to break their way through. You're up against 10 men. It's never easy, especially in the 90th minute. It would be an incredible moment if Jordan can steal 2 goals here, especially as the ball is being kept in the middle. And yeah, no nonsense there from Indonesia. And you can see down there the reactions from the Jordan players. They know that's probably that one over.
Definitely. I mean, there's only a minute left. There's not much to do, especially trying to score 2 goals. But it's a good first warm-up game for Jordan. Indonesia are not easy to go up against, especially for your opening match. And hopefully we see Jordan just keep playing the way that they have. But that does finish 4-2. And interestingly as well, Poland beat Japan 1-0.
Finished 1-0.
It finished 1-0, Cole. That is a huge 3 points for Poland, especially that they were only sitting on 7. The 3rd win they've had in the FIFAe finals so far this year, and a disappointing end to Japan to lose all 3 points and not even get 1.
Yeah, no, a big win there for Poland puts them 2nd in the group, I believe. And Jordan, they are still breathing right down the necks of Japan, a team who did get a win yesterday, are capable of taking victories in this event. 3 points behind, Jordan could pit Japan here. Surely we're not going to see an echo of what happened last year to Japan.
I mean, all Japan or Jordan would need is for Japan to lose 1 game, Jordan to have a better day today, and we could very sadly see Japan get knocked out in the group stages 2 years in a row.
God, that would be heartbreak for the Japanese, especially when we've been singing their praises, saying how well they've been doing. But if you lose 1 game in this format, you get other chances, sure, but 3 points for a win catches other teams right back up to you. And Jordan still have Japan to play as well, so it may well come down to that one later on in the day. Huge matches across Group A and Group B. And Saif, you know, for Jordan, we were saying that they look frustrated. Saif in particular looks really unhappy with that loss.
They do. I mean, you don't want to come into the day and start it off with a loss. You always want to start it at least getting 1 point. But we are going to throw to Milos because he is with the Indonesian players.
I am indeed the 2024 champions. I'm here with Binang Boys now. Look, yesterday you had a wonderful day, right? You were scoring like crazy, lots of points. You start off today with an extra 3 points on the board. What do you do when you're performing so well so you don't get too cocky? You kind of keep relaxed through the rest of your matches?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still a long journey, you know. We are just still in the beginning of the tournament. There's a long journey ahead of us, and yeah, it's nothing. Qualified from the group stage is nothing. Our main goal is to be the champion.
You've already done it once, why not do it twice? And you're getting closer to it, thank you very much. Then that is our first set of matches. We heard it here from Indonesia. They're looking to claim the gold once again. Let's send it over back to our studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, Milos. Well, round 1 or round 6, we should say, has been completed for the console side of things as it stands. Indonesia, though, we were intrigued, weren't we, about that, Abdulaziz? Because they seem like when they play Jordan, that's their bogey team a little bit.
Yes, I mean, the same thing that happened yesterday happened again today. Jordan took the lead twice against Indonesia, and then somehow Indonesia came up and they won everything. Turkey and Saudi played also well. They took the lead again, but they couldn't keep it, and it's a draw. Brazil against Chile, it was fair and square for Brazil. Italy were very close.
Were you disappointed that Thailand maybe couldn't snatch the victory off of Italy? They needed it so much, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, Thailand, I mean, they did really well. As we see here, they came back from 1-0 defeat against Italy. Chile against Brazil, I mean, 5-0. GG's. Mexico and Morocco. Morocco grabbed the first point.
Yeah, the Brazil, I guess, result there stands out, doesn't it? 5-0 over Chile. Other results that stand out, we mentioned them. Indonesia, Jordan in Group B, 4-2 there. Poland getting the victory over Japan. That was a turnaround from yesterday when Japan got that 1-0 victory over Poland, and that absolutely shakes things up in the Group B table. We'll see that in a few moments' time. Firstly, let's have a look at the standings in Group A after 6 rounds now. Brazil, Italy now tied because Italy got the draw, Brazil victory. Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz will be looking at that matchup there and thinking, okay, third, not too bad with only 4 rounds left to play. Turkey 7, Thailand 5, Chile 4. Everything's open in Group A.
It's still wide open. Look, I think when we talk about the Italy-Thailand game, though, I don't think either one of those two teams is going to be too disappointed with the draw, to be honest with you, with Italy.
Thailand much more so than Italy.
I would agree, but at the same time, Thailand knew they were going to be coming into that game, and it would be a difficult one. Italy were top of the group before the start of that game. You get yourself a point there. You really need to be beating the teams around. So Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Chile, those are the games that Thailand must win. I don't think a point against Italy is the end of the world.
Okay, well, let's have a look at Group B then and see what's at stake with 4 matches remaining. Indonesia, would you say, Abdulaziz, that's done? They can go through?
Yeah, definitely. I think they already secured their spot in the knockout stage. Maybe now they are debating if they are first, but most likely they will finish first. Jordan, they still have a huge chances to come back. Japan, Mexico, they are also very close. You know, Poland, I think they need 1 more win or maybe 2 maximum, and then they will be fine. Yeah, Morocco, first point.
A huge win for Poland, that absolutely massive to get themselves up into second, and because it's getting quite tight around 4th, 5th, right? Jordan, they definitely still have an opportunity here. Japan are looking okay, but yeah, it's a huge win for Poland, that.
Yeah, so at the moment it looks like, you know, Morocco are not going to be going through unless a miracle happens, but it's Jordan's to play for at the moment, isn't it? It's exciting to see how they go next, that's for sure. Okay, so 4 matches still to go. Anything can still happen. We always look at the heart rate in terms of the players here. Chris, I believe you've been analysing this a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been having a little look because we've got the one that has both the players on from both teams.
We like this.
We like this. We do like this.
This is more exciting because we can see if one's a little bit higher than the other.
Yeah, so you got Henriquinho and João Victor from the Brazil game here, and you can see literally when this is how you know that you're a good team, because they're so in sync. Look at this, it all kind of moves together, really, doesn't it? The same moments kind of happening through the game. You can see exactly where it's happening. Little dips, moments where things are getting maybe a little bit more excitable. Maybe there's a tense moment, of course, back when you may be defending a goal. But yeah, it's interesting to see that both two players very similar, Abdo.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, it shows that
they're in sync.
Yeah, I mean, stats, I mean, cannot lie, you know. But believe me, they are under huge pressure because they know they are the favorite to win it.
Did you ever play with the heart rate monitor on in competition?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Were you forced to play?
Well, I think it was because of the show, I believe.
Was it?
Yeah.
Were you high? Were you low? Were you steady?
I think it was in the middle.
Of course you were. Look at you. You're so chill.
Icy.
There we go. That's the heart rate for Team Brazil. They play on. Obviously, they got that great victory over Chile a few moments ago. Right. Let's turn our attention now to our next featured matchup. It's the second matchup of today. It's a big one. It's Chile taking on Turkey, and I say it's a big one because it's Group A here. Chile are sitting at the bottom of the pile at the moment. They're 6th with 4 points. Turkey, they currently occupy that coveted spot in 4th with 7 points. A win here for Chile could change everything. It could rip up the script in Group A.
It could. It's really felt like a struggle, but it also feels like a game that Turkey need to go into and win. It feels as if Chile, they kind of have been the points that a lot of people have been getting in this group. Sadly, at this moment in time, it feels like a must-win for both these two teams.
Yes. I'm going to throw a spanner in the works, though. Chile did beat Turkey yesterday 2-1.
Yeah, but the situation today is completely different. They have just lost 5-0 against Brazil, so they will need to go to that mentally first before they head to this game.
How difficult will that loss have been then for them when you do see 5-0 next to your name?
Oh, I mean, mentally it is.
number 26, Vieri. The goal scorer for Morocco after 27 minutes is number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo.
added minutes has been indicated.
A quick reminder today that smoking is only allowed in areas shown on this map. Thank you for your cooperation.
Number 10, Gullit. Number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. Number 18, Ronaldinho. Number 23, Xabi Alonso. Coming on the field, number 11, Rafael Leão. Number 14, Romario. Number 19, Openda. Number 9, Amrabat. Substitution. The goal scorer for Indonesia after 73 minutes is number 11, Gakpo! The goal scorer for Indonesia after 75 minutes is number 11, Gakpo!
The goal scorer for Indonesia after 90 minutes is number 21, Yamal.
Four added minutes has been indicated.
Over Chile, which was our feature matchup just a few moments ago. Again, tables reversed from yesterday. That's a running theme I think we're seeing a little bit. We mentioned that teams now know how to play each other, Abdul.
Yes, of course. I mean, the teams are more prepared. I think even Morocco, they grabbed some points just in this round against Indonesia. I mean, tough opponent. And yeah, Saudi lost. Italy won against Brazil, as we see here. I think Italy are already through to the next round, along with Indonesia, probably. Brazil, maybe they need still a draw or a win. Another win or draw would definitely secure them a spot. As we see here in the results, yes, Chile lost, of course, against Turkey. Yes, Chris?
I think that the big one for me here, though, is Thailand beating Saudi Arabia. That is a massive result in the whole of Group A, realistically. That's going to tighten things up big time at the bottom. Thailand, I believe, are still sitting 5th, but there is a point in it now. It is so close.
And the bottom of that table, Japan being held to a draw by Jordan, is pretty crucial as well. Japan, need to start picking up points because we saw Poland leapfrog them earlier on today.
It's going to start getting really tight towards the end of the day. That's why I love day 2 of groups, because it comes down to, and then we have to figure out the permutations and everything on the fly and just figuring out where we're going. But yeah, it's still really difficult to put a pin in exactly who's going to go through, but that's why we love it.
I think, like Abdul said, I think Indonesia, 19 points. That's a hefty bag of points. They've got their top in Group B. They look like they should be going through. And then on the same side in Group A, Italy, 14 points. Again, that's a pretty nice haul after these 7 matches. And that's just confirmation of them there. Brazil, 11, Turkey, 10. At the moment, we're really looking at Saudi Arabia versus Thailand, maybe who takes that 4th spot.
Yes, I mean, it's getting really close now. Thailand, the win against Saudi, I mean, gave them like a huge boost, and definitely they are in the race now for the top 4.
It was a must-win. They had to win that game. For Saudi Arabia, okay, not the end of the world. It would have been good to really put them away, but look, that makes things a little bit more tense over the next few games.
Well, Saudi Arabia, they've got Chile next. For Thailand, unfortunately, they have Brazil. Well, we'll talk about that more in a few moments. Let's go to Group B and just look at the standings as well after 7 matches. I already mentioned it, Indonesia. Abdul reckons that's enough to take them through. I would totally agree with him there. Poland, probably 13 points. It's just when you're looking further down. Morocco, I think after the next matchup, we'll probably say, they're out of chances. Jordan, though, are still very much in contention.
Yes. I mean, I would love to see if Jordan is going to face Mexico in the next round. I'm not sure. But that would be a good game to see because Jordan just played against Japan.
They indeed are.
Oh,
going
okay.
up.
That is the game.
matchup.
Yeah, that's
Huge
the game that I think we will see who is going probably to finish for.
And Mexico beat Jordan yesterday 2-1.
Oh.
They were victorious. I mean, there's so many places. Oh, we just got a few people walking in front of the camera. Hello, we're still here. There's so many kind of matches that we want to keep an eye on. We said that one was a big one, but our feature matchup, Brazil-Thailand, that's absolutely massive as well. I don't know which ones you guys are watching at home, and that actually will take me to something that I really want to tell you about. If you're watching on FIFA.gg, well, we are going to reward you as well. We have some viewership rewards. Just make sure you sign up on that website, and then there's a lot of chances for you to win some cool prizes over the next, well, 3 days of competition here and then 4 days of competition next week in Rocket League as well. I don't know if you can see the little setup we have here. I've got one of the prizes I can show you. I'm going to be adding to the table every day. I'm going to get it because you can't see it. Hang on. This replica trophy. You can win one of these if you sign up. But all you have to do is make an account on FIFA.gg, put your credentials in, and then watch us for as long as you want. The more you watch us, the more prizes you can win. And I'm going to say there's a massive prize as well. Do you know what the top prize is, guys? Do you know?
I do, but I'm going to let you reveal
I
it.
will tell you. It is 2 tickets for the World Cup next year, travel included. I mean, that's a massive prize.
That's a huge.
Should we sign up now? Because I would like to go.
Well, I was about to say, my laptop's downstairs and it's been on the entire time, so make sure you're trying to be here, okay? Because I'm trying to get in line. We don't get enough, okay? So I'm in line as well. Thank you very much.
This is a replica trophy, but the trophy, the big one, is down there, and Brazil, they're hopeful that they can take it home. Obviously, I'm going to put this one back down. They were runners-up. There we go. They were runners-up last year, and they are still in contention. They're taking on Thailand, who actually lifted one of these trophies earlier on in the year. They were world champions themselves. They have been flailing, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Trying to find something that works, a partnership that works, a formation that maybe works.
Yeah, and they seem to have figured it out a little bit today. One team that hasn't needed to figure anything out today is Brazil. They've been coasting, as we kind of have seen. Yesterday, they lost to Italy there yesterday and today. Not the end of the world again. That's a battle at the top of the groups. They'll be thinking to themselves, okay, well, let's make sure we're doing it well when it comes to knockouts. I would pretty much guarantee both those two teams are through to that. But for Thailand, every single game is now huge, but they've massively put themselves in contention to get through.
What would you like to see from Thailand today against Brazil?
Honestly, I mean, today it's like they rested everything, you know? They came with totally different mindset and with totally different, probably maybe they changed something in the formation, but the way they are playing and the way they are dominating their opponents, I mean, Saudi couldn't do much against them. So against Brazil, if they manage to grab a point or even 3 points, I think we will definitely see them in the next round.
Well, we're focusing on Group A in terms of this featured matchup, Brazil taking on Thailand. But in Group B, we've mentioned it, Morocco have been struggling a little bit so far this competition, only a point next to their names. They are going up against Poland in this next round. Before that matchup, though, I just want to learn a little bit more about this side.
That's my first time coming in Riyadh for competition. I love Arabia Saudi. It's just so beautiful country. I'm so happy for coming and for represent my country. That's my dream, to represent Morocco. I'm not excited, I'm not nervous. I'm ready. I'm ready for playing. I'm here just for one objective. My dream is for a win, is normal, but I don't want to thinking for the win. I'm really focused just about the tournament.
Come on, Morocco. We want to see them get a victory, don't we, out here today? They're looking cool. They've got a big task at hand. Hopefully they can get some more points on the board in Group B and lift their tally from 1 point so far. They've got a draw to their name, but it'd be nice to see them do a little bit better still, as they've got a few more matches still to play. Right then, Brazil, Thailand, that's our featured matchup. Let's talk a little bit more about this one. Brazil, last round, didn't go to plan against Italy.
No, it didn't. But again, another very good team they're going to be going up against for the rest of the tournament, I would say. But the game against Thailand, to be honest, they were yesterday were the only team to really stick a lot of goals past them. It was a 4-0 win for Brazil. And again, I spoke about Thailand and their low scoring. They haven't conceded a lot outside of the games against Brazil. So this is another one of those games, though. They need to tighten that up, figure out what went wrong yesterday, because it went really wrong, and try and turn it around. Because right now, today, they have been a lot better. Managing to find a win, a draw against Italy as well. Let's see if you can tighten up and find a little bit of a surprise result.
Would you agree with that, Abdul?
Oh yeah, completely. You know, Thailand today, they showed that they can go far in this tournament. Yesterday, I mean, we didn't see much from them. And now they are facing probably one of the two best teams in the tournament. If they manage to do well against them, I think they are like...
Back in the conversation, right?
Do you think this lack of consistency, though, is due to the inexperienced nature of this Thai side?
It could be, but again, I think just when I look at their results, I'm always just a bit cautious because it's all very tight outside of the game against Brazil yesterday. But other than that, it's been really close games. They're a goal here or there from being in a much better position, or, well, potentially a worse one at some stage. But I think it could be a part of an experience, but as the tournament goes on, they will grow, and we are seeing that. Bit better today, got yesterday out of the way, potential to get something done today.
Well, the Twitch chat think Brazil are going to be...
There will be 1 minute added time. Number 39, Gullit. Number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. Number 19, Alvarez. Number 10, McAllister. Number 11, Figo. Coming on the field, number 88, Polo Muani. Number 24, number 37, Yamal. Number 8, Scholes. Number 22, Guler. Substitution in progress.
There will be 3 minutes added time.
What did you guys feel? What did you talk about?
Yeah, I celebrate because this is really good to us. You know, you have a great creation in the center. So they have a red card with IMF. So the space is too open. So you celebrate too much.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got it over the line. A pretty quick game in this, 3-0. But up next, you're playing against Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, there was a few complications. Today, can you get the revenge on the Saudi squad?
You know, yesterday was perfect for Brazil against Saudi. You was 1-0. You have opportunity with Gullit, and he shot out. But after the 17, you have a great problem with goalkeeper. He make a great mistake. But you are so relaxed, you are so chill. You know how play. Brazil joga bonito. So it's a great match. I respect too much Saudi, and let's see. I think it's a good match.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Back to the studio for more action.
Thanks, Milos. Yeah, great to hear from Jay Victor there, just about that epic victory over Thailand. Confirmation 3-0 victory. It was always going to be an uphill battle though, Chris, wasn't it, for Thailand when they got that red card over?
Yeah, that's really tough. When that happens as well, especially we built the game up to, is this maybe some redemption from Thailand from yesterday, and they don't get that opportunity. Yeah, a bit of a sad one to see that's how it's going to kind of end, because to be honest, they did actually relatively well throughout the majority of the first half with 10 men. We're defending very well, but Brazil, as they often do, always find a way. Some brilliant goals scored by Brazil, and once the first one goes in, if you're Thailand, it's pretty much game over, right? It's going to be very difficult to bring that one back, but plenty of other big games going on as well, and I think, you know what, we're really setting ourselves up nicely for these last couple of games. Things are getting extremely tight.
Yeah, we've only got 2 matches left for these guys to play, match 9 and 10, or 4 and 5 of today as well. And let's just conclude the results from round 7 there. Group A, so we've got Chile, Saudi Arabia. We just heard the results of that, on Brazil, Thailand, 3-0. Wow. Italy, Turkey, 1-0 to Italy. Poland, Morocco, 4-1. That was a massive result for Poland. Japan, Indonesia, well, they were tied on 1 apiece there, and Jordan 1-0 over Mexico.
That's huge as well, because the group gets really, really tight in B. I'm sure we're going to have a look at it in a second, but yeah, it's getting crazy.
We can give you confirmation of Group A now, and Italy, they have now secured themselves a spot in the knockouts. Everyone else still to play for, because we still have 2 rounds, so 6 potential points there. Chile look like they're out of things, but you know, they could still, they're not certainly out of things. Let's have a look at Group B, because confirmation that 2 teams from Group B go through, and that's Indonesia and Poland, 20 and 16 points respectively. And then if you look at the bottom of the table there, unfortunately 1 point is not enough for Morocco, so unfortunately they are now out of the competition, will not be going through to knockouts, but of course will still play their final 2 matches, which are against Japan and Jordan.
Yes, if you see the table here, you see that Mexico and Jordan are very close, and even the goal difference is like very even closer, you know. But now the next 2 rounds is where everything will be decided. Jordan have a huge chance to make it. Mexico also. You know, I really can't wait to see what will happen.
Jordan maybe have the bigger chance because they're playing the team like Morocco, who may be feeling very dejected now because they know they're not going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Jordan, after the first 2 games earlier today, I think they are back on track, especially against Mexico. I think, you know, Jordan, I believe they can do something and they can make it to the next round.
Yeah, if you're Jordan and you have a team like Morocco, are you going, okay, I'm rubbing my hands at that because they maybe, you know, aren't going to play their best now that they are not going through?
It's still a pressure situation,
do you think?
Because you're expected to win that game. And it's never always just that simple. All the teams here are good teams. Okay, look, it's been tough for Morocco, absolutely, but they still have some good players on that team. You have to be careful.
Well, our feature matchup, you know what it was. It was Brazil taking on Thailand. 3-0 the victory Brazil managed to get in the end. And we know that Thailand did get a red card on the 12th minute, really early doors.
Early.
And I'm sure that sparked their heart rate? I'm sure it went through the roof. Chris, did it?
Well, I think it actually went down. I think it's maybe
I've been stressed out.
a
I would have gone
broken
up.
heart, maybe. I'm trying to see exactly what the time was and stuff. It doesn't show up on our screen on there. But yeah, no, look, it would have been pretty early on, and I think just pretty steady for both them all the way through. But I think that's just kind of indicative of the sense of as soon as that red card comes in, you know when you're going up against a team like Brazil, you need everything to be going your way, and it did not. On the other hand, though, we can actually have a quick look at Brazil, and we'll have a look at how they were feeling about their game. Pretty stand. I love seeing we had a bit of a crossover here, Rachel. Somebody like taking over when they've necessarily been the calmer. I'm really trying to overanalyze the heart rates here, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, look, Brazil, very, very happy with that. Always playing an intense atmosphere. They'll be happy with the result, irrelevant how they got it.
Absolutely. Well, 2 more matches to go. We have a little break for the teams now. They have about 10 minutes off. How important is this break right now in the group stages, Abdul?
Yes, now it's only 2 more rounds. The teams who are fighting for the top 4, especially for Jordan on the second group, now you need to get only probably 1 or 2 wins out of, let's say, the 2 games. So relax, chill, you can do it, believe in yourself, and I'm not sure what they will play against for the next 2 rounds, but I think they can do it.
You're in the casting booth next. You're casting Saudi Arabia, Brazil. Can they chill out when they go up against the Brazilian outfits?
No way.
No, see? You contradicted yourself.
No way
there.
against Brazil, no. But what a game that will be, you know.
What a game that will be. And that is coming your way next in about 10 minutes' time, because we're having a short break now for our players just to recoup and reset. It's this big one. It's Brazil taking on Saudi Arabia, and that's coming your way shortly.
اللعب كما يقول التعريف نشاط يمارس الترفيه بلا جدوى وبلا أثر.
لكن وش يصير إذا اللعب صار له نظام؟ من هنا بدينا.
Because on the hands of risky fighter.
Dimanapun kita harus siap, positive vibe dia. Pantas untuk mendapatkan back to back di tahun ini. 1 minggu jalanin training camp yang pasti ya latihan kayak biasa. Terus sejauh ini persiapannya alhamdulillah cukup baik ya. Kami juga banyak melakukan perkembangan lah dari apa yang sudah kami punya sebelumnya gitu. Untuk yang FIFAe ini lebih bagus sih timnya mas, komposisinya. Di regional qualifier tuh kemarin ada di grup itu ada 8 negara, jadi player poolnya tuh kayak sedikit gitu kita dapatnya. Sedangkan di FIFAe ini kita ada 6 negara, jadi masih kedapatan lah player-player yang bagus. Jadi juara tahun lalu tidak cuman kebetulan. Aku yakinlah kami ada di level yang pantas untuk mendapatkan back to back di tahun ini.
Selamat datang di Grand Champion IFAC 2025, tempat pembuktian para pemain esport football terbaik di Indonesia.
Radinka, pendek saja dia Gareth Bale, ada waktu Luis Suarez. Ini 17 menit pertama ke jantung pertahanan dari itu dia. Kali ini.
Itu beberapa serangan yang coba dilancarkan oleh Elga dan juga Faidan, akhirnya hanya
Doa untuk Robin juga mau perlahan mencari opsi umpan di sana, berupa kerasukan untuk Koilon dan menjadi gol bagi seorang Benjamin Sesko.
Kita semua menjadi saksi para pejuang terbaik bertanding di sini. Namun hanya ada satu juara yang bisa berdiri di puncak tertinggi Indonesia, Football Esport Competition.
Oleh Ambil Lokonga sudah dilakukan diving nampaknya masih mengenai
mereka adalah yang terbaik. Philip Frank dan pasangan Rizky Elga menjadi juara Grand Champion IFAC 2025.
What's your edge?
Hello, Moto.
I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. 1 by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. 1 foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Hey there, come with me. Gotta drum up some explosions. Jump right in. what you're waiting for. But let's break down the door. No, I won't wait no more. Let's do it. No more waiting, let's just go. Pumping up your pulse, yeah, I wanna do it all. Let's flip a coin, we're down and then up. Dancing on the walls, yeah, I wanna do it all. Just mess around, I like to keep it intense. Shoot it to the skies and do it again. No more waiting, let's just
Well, welcome back to the FIFAe World Cup Finals 2025. You're watching eFootball console, and we have our penultimate matchup of the group stages, and it's those two teams battling it out. Yes, it's Brazil taking on Saudi Arabia. They sit second and third, respectively, in Group A. A win for either team would guarantee themselves a knockout spot. That is what's up for grabs in this matchup. Christian and Cole alongside me up here, going to talk you through exactly what's at stake. I just mentioned it's a big matchup, Cole, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's bigger for Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia lose this, you're thinking suddenly things get really nervy and it's tough for them to dig themselves out of that hole. But Chris, if Brazil lose it, they've got more points, and I'd say they're a better team as well.
Yeah, I would say that Brazil are pretty safe at this stage, but to be honest with you, Saudi Arabia, yeah, they need the win though.
Yeah, a guaranteed win, like I mentioned, would send them through because this group is tighter, isn't
Very
it?
tight.
Saudi Arabia have 12 points to Brazil's 14, to Turkey's 10. And then Thailand, you know, they still are in it with 8 points next to their name. So let's not kind of write anyone off at this moment. And in terms of both the groups, if you're watching just before that break, 3 are currently through, and that is Italy in Group A, and in Group B, it is Indonesia and Poland, and 1 team are currently out. Unfortunately, that is Morocco. So 5 spots left. A lot to play for in these last 2 matches.
And this is why we love the group stages, though, when you get down to these moments. And it just shows how competitive it is this year as well, though, that a lot of the teams are very, very close to each other, and anything can kind of swing. Like yesterday, we wouldn't have expected Saudi Arabia, when they played against Brazil, to win their game against Brazil. This is now a game where, okay, they've beaten them before, but they know how Brazil have been playing. Are they able to do that again? You've got other games that you wouldn't have expected to go certain ways. It's been a crazy day so far.
The pressure's high on the floor for all these players. They want to go through to the knockout. The pressure is less intense when you come up the floors here. We're on, floor 2? It's a little bit more chilled. That's because our studio's here and we're very relaxed, as are the streamers. Cool as well. Talking of streamers, CJ has been running around all morning for us, and he's actually caught up with some of them.
We've got a ton of co-streamers here live at the FIFAe World Cup 2025 all around the arena, which is fantastic to see. And I think we might just interrupt one of them. Nasser is in here as one of the biggest eFootball creators, and we're going to see what he thinks of it so far. So let's hop on in. Hello. Nasser, how are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. How about you?
Oh, absolutely loving the event so far. How have you found the first day of the FIFAe World Cup?
The first word which comes into my mind is professional. Very, very professional. I've never been to a tournament like this that professional.
And we're live on stream as well. You're able to co-stream the event from the arena. How cool is that to be able to co-stream?
It's pretty cool, especially because we are having the freedom to stream what we want, when we want. Of course, we need to make our work good, but make our job good. But yeah, it's nice to have that freedom. And with this a professional setup, of course.
And you be supporting Turkey, obviously. How do you think they're going so far?
I think the second day is better than the first day. Now, yesterday I talked to Arda and he told me like next day or tomorrow we need to shift the gears, and I was like, yeah, you have to, because first day was not promising, but now they are delivering on the pitch.
And who do you expect to see in the final? Who do you think is going to win it all?
My top 3 before the tournament were Brazil, Indonesia, and Italy. It's confirmed now for me that they are doing it. Maybe Brazil versus Italy, and Brazil maybe win at the end.
I like it, but no Turkey?
I would love to, and if they would win, it wouldn't be a surprise for me. Even if Poland wins, for example, it's no surprise. The level is so high, they are all so good, so in the knockout stage, everything is possible. Therefore, Yeah, I would if Turkey wins. I'm the luckiest man, but like that, I think Brazil can do it.
Well, Wes tells me you speak every single language under the sun, so you're a great place to come and watch the eFootball action. Where can we find you co-streaming the event? Where can we find you on socials?
My name is Matt Nasa. Everywhere, like on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. It's Matt Nasa. It's my real name backwards. This is also a secret. It's like Hasan Dem. Demirci is my surname. Matt Nasa backwards.
There you go. Well, hopefully enjoy the rest of the event, and yeah, best of luck to Turkey.
Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, great to hear from some of the streamers. Turkey, they actually have Thailand next. They're sitting in 4th place at the moment as it stands. They would be going through if they kept that 4th place. But this is our featured match. Of course, Saudi taking on Brazil. Brazil, Cole, have been scoring quite a lot of goals today.
Yeah, they have been scoring a lot of goals. They had some frustration earlier on against Italy where they had the red card, but after that they seem to take those frustrations out on Thailand. So it's never going to be easy. I think with the way Brazil play, it's very high risk, very high reward. When they score these goals, they get some stunners, but they do concede some simple finishes.
Saudi aren't as high scoring a team.
Not quite.
Is this quite going to be an impact for them here?
I think it's hard to say. I think I would more so lean on the game yesterday, which was so back and forth. But when Saudi actually found themselves in the lead, they sat, and they were quite happy to sit on that lead. Hard team to do it against, though. But you're not going to have that big physical presence. Brazil have more so went for the dribblers. They went for the pace. They went for that jogo bonito, as they call it. So it's not necessarily one of those where if you sit in that box, you're not worried so much about the physicality that they're going to bring to the table, because they don't have quite as much as some of the other teams.
Of course, Saudi beat Brazil yesterday 3-2. Is this going to affect?
Se agregarán 3 minutos al tiempo reglamentario. número 10, número 8, número 23. Entran número 15, número 19, número 21. número 11, número 4. Entran número 18, número 3. Se está realizando un cambio.
Way that Indonesia play usually. On the other hand, Mexico are taking
va a realizar un cambio. Se agregarán 5 minutos al tiempo reglamentario.
Oh, look at him. He knows it.
So unfortunate. There is our 16-year-old world champion of the 1 versus 1 discipline, but this is 2 versus 2. It is a different kettle of fish. And for a second year in a row, I'm fairly certain in saying last year's semi-finalist Turkey once again will be in the knockout stages, and it's their second year in a row. If I'm correct, that Thailand will sadly be leaving us in the group stages. There is still mathematics to be done, but I think I'm certain in saying that.
Yeah. They played really well so far. They did what they have to do, but at the end of the day, Turkey deserved the win, I believe.
Indeed,
7 goals.
did.
7 goals. That was a crazy game.
Well, let me tell you, the Crescent Stars are such a difficult nation to try and claw back leads against. You can tell by the scoreline, Thailand giving everything in that last game, but Turkey's resolve was just too much. Veracity is with Arda Golazo now. Veracity, over to you.
Mr. Golazo, one thing is for certain, when I was over there doing the Brazil interview, I looked on over and I heard a whole lot of yelling. So talk to me about what the communication was like during those final moments.
Well, we were, of course, communicating very well in general in the match, but I mean, we naturally focused on a defending approach during the game after we scored the fourth goal. So I'm glad that we successfully finished and secured the win. So now we are qualified for the playoff stage. We are pretty happy. Yeah, it could have been better in general, but the most important part of this tournament is the playoff stage. So in the last match, of course, we will fight for the 3 points, and let's see how it goes. That's it.
How are you feeling about facing off against Brazil? The boys are stood up right now. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, they're one of the favorites in this tournament, and we would love to play against them, of course, because you know how these intense matches goes. It could go either way, so let's see. I think it will be good for the viewers.
What do you have to say to Brazil? They're listening, they're watching right now. Any words of wisdom you want to give them?
Joga bonito.
Well, best of luck to both of those teams. I'm super excited to continue on with the rest of the show. Good job. Thanks, Veracity, for that interview there. Yeah, it's so important, isn't it, to still get some victories, especially in this last matchup, because it determines who you'll play in those knockouts, in those quarterfinals, which will come your way tomorrow. For Turkey, if they stay where they are currently in third in Group A, they will go up against Poland, who are currently second in Group B. As we just see the highlights of that penultimate round of fixtures there. Cole, yeah, it's important, isn't it, in terms of qualification for these knockouts, like they said?
Yeah, for a few reasons. One, because you want to be facing off against the fourth best in the group, obviously, rather than the first or second or third best. But also for general confidence, but also the Phase 4 draft. The higher you'll finish in your group, the earlier in that draft you get in, and then you can start getting the players that other teams drafted in, so you can really strengthen your squad and have that advantage. And you can tell that was the fourth goal when it went in for Turkey, and that was the moment where they knew they were making it through this group. Brilliant performance from them, but Thailand, disappointing again in the group stage.
Exactly, Thailand just outplayed by Turkey, 4-3 at the end of that matchup. It stayed 3-3 for quite a lot of the 90 minutes there. Saudi Arabia, they have managed a draw against the dominant Brazilian side. Italy, though, 2-0 victory over Chile. And in Group B, Morocco unfortunately lost out to Japan in that one. Poland got the better of Jordan, which means they're now on 19 points in Group B. And then Mexico got the victory over Indonesia. That's a big one, especially as
but at the same time, it may well not matter.
Because that's the thing, Jordan are playing Morocco, so it's the bottom two there. So, you know, Jordan on paper would look at that and say, I think I can take something for it, but actually it's out of their hands in terms of the other results. And that's tricky to take at this stage, Cole.
You have to just ignore the noise. You have to say, look, if we are to do this, and we have better goal difference, I think, but it's really tough for Jordan, but you can't ask for a better final game than being up against Morocco.
I try and look around and say, who are they sitting next to? Because that matters as well. If you're sitting next to your opponents in the arena, it makes it even more stressful. But yeah, this is what we're up against at the moment. We have 3 of our teams that won't be making it through. There's still 1 more remaining, and it is in Group B. Will Jordan go through? Will Mexico go through? Or will it be Japan? There's 3 teams still in with a chance. Things don't get more exciting than that.
No, absolutely not. This is why, again, I've reiterated this multiple times today, why we love the group stage. When it gets down to this very final game and there's still not everything decided, this is where it's really interesting. We are right here, right now.
And when we look at these 2 groups, Cole, is there anyone you would have gone, oh, I really wish they'd have gone through, apart from maybe the Thailand team that just got knocked out?
You've taken my answer away from me. I was going to say Thailand. I think that I've not hidden the fact that I'm very disappointed by what we've seen from those 2. We should have seen so much more. It's like, it's easy to say that now, but looking at the team dynamic, there's not been a lot of life there. There's not been a lot of interaction between the 2 of them, and hopefully they'll learn from that, but they were so hyped up, and it's been such a disappointing performance from them.
Yeah, disappointment for Thailand, but elation for Poland. They know they're going through. In what order? They could still top the group standings in Group B. They currently have 19 points next to their name. Let's just remind ourselves of this duo and their thoughts heading into this competition.
A new competition for us again. Last year didn't go the way we wanted, so now, yeah, this time we had the qualifications for FIFA World Cup instead of last year's Invitational, so we proved that we should be here. I mean, yeah, as you said, it's the biggest stage right now, at least we can compete in with the national pride, so it's definitely something, I don't know, special, you could say. I mean, just good luck. We had many hours of preparation. We watched many of their gameplay actually as well, so we found some habits they do. So yeah, we'll be ready for them. I never won a massive tournament like this. You know, this is like the top tournament you can win. So to be honest, you never know until you actually do it.
Well, the Polish duo, they have really turned their fortunes around from 12 months ago, haven't they, in terms of like not particularly performing how they would have expected to, and now they're talking there, thinking, you know, they want to go on and win it, and rightly so, only being a point away from Indonesia.
They've been really good. It's kind of surprised me a little bit. We haven't seen too much of them. They kind of just slowly been doing their work. We've been concentrating on the games at the bottom and kind of seeing who's going to go through. But yeah, they've really worked hard today. We've seen them just find results all over the place. They're chipping away at the points, and they just seem like a really hard team to beat, and that is a big, big advocate to have on your side. They've been fantastic.
Well, it helps you know each other pretty well, like the Poland team do.
Yes.
Fairly well, yeah.
Yeah, they're brothers. They can turn to each other and understand that. It's also, you know, you can detect the Scottish accent there as well. It's been I don't know if they root for Poland or Scotland in the World Cup, but if they are rooting for Scotland, congratulations to them for Scotland qualifying in the real world of football.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, as brothers, they know what the other team is, or the other player, I should say, is thinking, and they're, you know, locked in on exactly what they want to achieve. Okay, well, our featured matchup, our final featured matchup for eFootball console is Mexico taking on Japan. This is a Group B thriller. I'm excited for this one because it really could determine who goes through and who goes out of the competition.
I think the thing is, though, for both these 2 teams, a draw is actually a good result. A draw would take them both through.
Does anyone play through a draw at this stage in the competition?
I hope not, is all I'm going to say.
You don't want to sneak through in 4th anyway.
No,
you know,
exactly.
You want to make that statement.
Yeah, you want to finish third, but for both these 2 teams, draw is fine. So I think if you're looking at how the permutations of the group are going to work out, Jordan have to win and Mexico have to lose, and then, well, it's the admin to make go through the permutations of everything, and then we'll figure out how things are going to go. But yeah, there's a lot on the line here.
And I think a lot on the line for nations, especially for Japan, because this is a Japanese tournament kind of thing. In terms of Konami, they're a Japanese kind of company. There's more pressure on them.
Yeah, I mean, last year they had maybe more of an advantage with Authentic Team as opposed to Dream Team, where the Japanese team is excellent. It just suits that game mode to perfection. This time they've had to do the draft, but this time they've also played much, much better. They've changed their team. They've got someone who underperformed last year is now their coach, so can talk through those tough experiences. You learn a lot through those tough experiences, and hopefully Japan have, because they will have the playoffs and beyond in their sights.
Yeah, and that, you know, it's better, obviously, as we mentioned already, to finish third, not fourth, because if you're finishing fourth, you get the team who topped the other group, and that at the moment would be Italy. So that's a pretty tough ask. You know who's there, Naples.
Performed quite as well as we would have hoped yesterday, and that's put them in this position. Got a couple of draws, but I mean, you need to win games when it's coming down to this 2 days of groups competition. Wins are massive, and they just haven't had enough of them.
They're emotional as well. I mean, we saw from their first game of the day against Indonesia, Saif, I think he was frustrated about a goal where a defender hit it against his own defender and it went in, a little bit of luck went against him, but he was like shaking his head. He was being consoled by his coach, and I love that. I love the passion that Jordan are showing. So, you know, I'm quietly rooting for them, but you have to dispatch Morocco. If they don't do that, then there's no point us even talking about this.
Are the admins toying with the players right now? Because I feel like they're keeping them on pause for quite a bit of time.
I assumed it was you. I thought it was you. Everyone was going, come on, Rachel, let's start.
To be fair, yeah, the host does have the button that starts the game.
I have seen that comment many times.
I lost it. But in terms of the wait time now for this last fixture, it obviously does kind of just ramp up the intensity a little bit more for the players, the nations, the teams, everyone watching at home, just to see who does take that final spot.
It weighs on you. I mean, even I'm here getting tense now about this one, and it really will be weighing on the players. The realization for some of them, they're done. For some others, the realization that it really could make a difference in their run if they want to be champion come Saturday. huge moment in these groups. Hey, we're going to do it all again with mobile if yours.
I've got the Mexico boys actually sat just behind me, and they look pretty chilled, hands on their heads, not stressing out too much about it, and they should be, because this is maybe a big one. Jordan, you can see on your screens now, it's a massive moment for them as well. What goes through your mind on these last few minutes? Are you just tinkering with your team? What do you think they're doing?
I think you've got to keep your hands warm, your fingers warm. You're trying to touch your controller as much as possible. I'm looking around now. Turkey, they're sort of drumming on their desk, just trying to do anything to keep them impactful, because this is a game that starts so quickly. If you go into it and your hands are a bit stiff, then you can find yourself a goal behind pretty early doors. I also like looking around, as you were mentioning, and seeing the different vibes from the different teams. So looking at Thailand, I've not really seen them say a word to each other at any point apart from in-game, in general throughout the day. So that's fairly standard for them. Italy, they're leaning back, chilling, as they've earned the right to be. But I think, yeah, it depends on the team for sure.
Keeping your fingers warm. We saw that obviously in the terms of the mobile side of things. They've got the chalk to keep them from getting...
How have they let that happen? But maybe Indonesia have been qualified for quite some time. They may have just had their foot off the gas.
Basically, yeah, I think that's what's happened. Indonesia needs to be careful they don't allow that to happen too much, because losing is a serious habit. You know, they've got a break after this where they can come back tomorrow, but you don't want to come into the playoffs knowing that you've lost a couple of games, even if, you know, even if they still win their group with a draw, for example, against Poland. Yesterday they beat Poland 3-1. You know, and that is the style of play. That is the ability that they've offered, which is why they're the reigning champions here as well. And they've not been quite playing up to that today.
And it's kind of an unknown as to how impactful this new draft will be based on where you finish it in the group stages. We haven't had that before. We didn't have that last year, so we don't know how important that will turn out to be.
For me, I think ultimately it will only make minor differences, because I think that a lot of these teams will stick to the style of player that they've been going for anyway. If you are through to the group stages, you could argue it's been working, right? So do you change it up that much? I don't think you will hugely. Wes and Harry might disagree with me, to be fair, and I'm sure they'll be texting the group saying, Chris, stop talking rubbish.
I mean, if Brazil win and they bring in big Dan Burn, we'll be
well, you know, these are the kind of differences that,
Peter Crouch,
you know,
Dan Burn.
especially if they get Dan Burn, but I don't want to talk about Newcastle today after that.
Well, we won't talk about Newcastle. No. Sorry, you got a last-minute draw, didn't you? There.
No, okay. Yeah, but again,
everyone's going to talk about it. Anyone listening on at home cares.
Do you think they've already selected in their head, like, right, you know, if we finish first, these are the players we are looking at for? We've seen 9 matches so far. They would have seen 10. They know what works.
I mean, the staring at the data and the facts and the figures, that is, again, where the coaches come in to hopefully take that burden off the players. I'm sure the players will, you know, I guess similar to real football, you go to your club owner with a list of players that you want, and it's up to them to deal with it. Essentially, in this sort of much scaled-down version, the coaches are the owners
here.
It's
no PSR.
It's a bit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
The transfer window opens, doesn't it, after this matchup? The players get to pick a different selection in terms of the draft. Anyone that you guys would definitely have after what you've seen the last day and a half?
You're setting this up far too easily.
Well, no, but apart from
the obvious.
No,
you know what it is? Of players that have went out, again, this is why I'm sort of thinking to myself that I don't think it necessarily will have too much weight, in the sense that people have got the players that they kind of wanted to get a hold of anyway. I think a lot of people will be focused on their main 3 players that everyone kind of got to choose, and the others are kind of filling gaps. I mean, look, if you look at some of the items that they have, incredible players across the board. There might be a couple here and there, but I think for the most part, you've been playing the same way with the same players for 10 games. Do you change it up that much? For me, probably not.
Yeah, there's definitely minor upgrades, though. For example, they're probably looking at Morocco and the players that they drafted in Phase 2. They've got Carlos Puyol, they've got Rodri in there, who are huge, especially if you've been slipping a lot of goals. You bring in some of those bigger defensive players, and that makes a massive impact. So I think that, while I agree with you, Chris, that the changes are minor, it's definitely those things that you can have this player in and suddenly you think, oh, this was our weakness. It no longer is. And even if that's not necessarily on the pitch, it brings you extra belief, and it means that you elevate your game just having those in-game players around you.
Probably even more minor for the likes of an Indonesia or a Poland or an Italy. They might go, well, we've got a tried and tested team, a formula, why do we need to change it?
Well, that's the risk as well. It could be that you think, wow, we can upgrade this guy, and you put him in the team, and suddenly you don't take into account the fact that just because his heading is better, the change of pace impacts you more than you realize, and your playstyle suddenly stops working. So one thing I'm not entirely sure of is if you have to replace your squad or if you then bring extras into your squad. I'll have to confirm that, but especially if it's the former, where suddenly then you're like, oh man, we've made a mistake here. I missed the centre-back we had because he suited our game a lot more, and you can end up driving yourself around a corner.
We're obviously going to knockouts. This is what we're kind of building towards. You know, it's kind of last-ditch attempt, but it's aggregate scores, though. They do get to play 2 matches. How important will that turn out to be?
I think for a lot of the tight games, it's massively important because you can make mistakes, and you don't just have 60 minutes to try and turn that round. You have a full 2 games. So yeah, it gives you more opportunities, but it also gives you more opportunities probably to make mistakes as well. It's one of those kind of moments here and there where it's like pick your poison in a certain degree, but it really does give the true victor, the true deserved victor, when you see a game over 2 legs. Of course, we may well go to a third and goal. That's another thing.
Yeah, tell us about that. So if it is aggregate score, if it's tied after 2, we don't just stop there, do we? We have to have a winner.
Don't get me wrong, I'd love to go to penalties straight away. I love the drama. I'm just an agent of chaos. But at the same time, going into that 3rd game, if you are drawing after 2, we go to a golden goal 3rd game. We've seen it before, and they are cagey, to say the least. Nobody wants to give anything away. You make 1 slip, and you are out of the competition like that.
I'm already looking ahead to a golden goal as well and thinking, I would actually like to see golden goal. And then you look at teams who have been scoring a little bit more, and you look at the kind of teams like Brazil, go, okay, you would put them as ones that would do well in the golden goal situation.
You'd expect so. You'd expect that they would have the creativity to break through, because it does get more cagey when it's a golden goal. You don't want to make any mistakes, and defense is incredibly important, but that's where you look to your players like Brazil have. They've got Neymar, they've got Ronaldinho, huge characters at breaking through defending. And I'd say as well, I feel like golden goal gets sort of... People don't tend to look back at golden goal too fondly in real football because it did make it go very defensive. Yeah. It works much better in eFootball because if you try and defend, you're going to get punished, right?
I'm trying to remember if I remember goal.
I remember silver goal.
Silver goal, what was that one again?
It happened with England, against England. I think it was Portugal, where if you were ahead at half-time in the extra time, then you won. And I think England once scored before half. You know the game against Portugal that we lost in some Euros past?
The wink?
I think it was the wink. I think it was the wink.
We're going well back to yesteryear here, guys. Don't worry, there's no silver goal here. It's just golden goal.
Yep, exactly.
If and when we get to it tomorrow. That's after we've played 2 legs, and that's only if we get a draw there. Obviously, we just saw those beautiful steps that the players will be walking up or down, whichever way the case may be.
They're omnidirectional, these steps. Very clever.
Well, I don't know if they have to start and go up to pick the trophy up. The trophy will come down to them. That's what I was getting at their goal. But in terms of, getting through today, they'll be 1 step closer, and they'll have a guaranteed $6,000 as well, which is super important. We kind of forget the prize money at this stage, like, just want to get through, but actually the money for a lot of these teams will go a big way.
Yeah, a really, really long way. We've talked about this before. For some of these nations, these prize pools are absolutely astronomical. Like, what they can do, it's life-changing money for some of these participants. And that's where it gets really cool when you start to get towards the latter stages and you see how much money is on the line as far as what these teams are competing for. It's incredible to see and what it can do for them.
Morocco are pretty chilled, just on their phone. What are you looking at? Texting someone?
We inside
You gonna tell
sunglasses
us?
now, huh? To be
No,
fair, actually,
he's not going to tell us.
You know what? I actually wouldn't mind sunglasses inside every now and then.
These lights are bright.
They are pretty bright.
Morocco, yeah, just on their phone. They take home $2,000. That was just not getting through to the next stage. You know, split between the two of you, still nice for Christmas especially.
It's not bad at all, you know. I mean, you come out here, you've flown out, you stay in a nice hotel, you compete against the best, you take a lot of experiences back with you as well. You know, talking about the game itself, they would have learned a lot. We heard from, I can't remember who it was, somebody in one of their interviews was saying that they want to come out here and face players that are worse than them to win, but also face the players that are better than them, because they can learn from them. You can take strats and tactics. These players, they all communicate, they're all in the same hotel, they'll be eating together and bonding. And I think it's important for eFootball as an esport as well to have events like this that are put on in an arena that is perfect. You know, you can't ask for anything more than an esports arena than what we've got right here. And all those experiences, massive for these players. And Chris, like, they're all streamers and stuff as well, right? In their own right. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are, so they can build upon that for themselves as well.
It's one of those things where a lot of them are content creators in their own right too. And I just kind of wanted to touch on the arena as well. I mean, look, we've been to Saudi Arabia a few times for a few different tournaments here and there. It's one of the most impressive. I absolutely love it. Like, I love all the setup there. We can kind of see everything like a 360 little bowl. It's it kind of reminds me like old adverts once upon a time. Actually, probably we'll stay away from that. But at the same time, it's just like, it's like that cage, right?
Professional is what our streamers called it a little bit
word,
earlier, didn't
yeah.
they? CJ went and got a couple of interviews with them. It is absolutely incredible, and it's incredible that we actually get to start the matches now. We've got one more round of matches. This is round 10 of eFootball console. The players are pacing up and down. For Jordan, this is a massive moment. For Mexico and Japan, this is also a massive moment, and that is our featured matchup. And Abdulaziz and Alia Harvey are ready and waiting to take you through it.
Poland. There will be 1 minute added time. substitution for Indonesia, number 23, Cristiano Ronaldo. Number 26, Vieri. Number 17, Hazard. Number 6, Roberto Carlos. Number 18, Vitinha. Coming on the field, number 11, Gakpo. Number 19, Yankola. Number 21, Yamal. Number 8, Gulen. Number 7, Sirleaf. Substitution in progress.
they get and they beat some really tough teams. Hard luck to Jordan. They did what they have to do, but it was not enough, even though they were leading against the top of the group, which is Indonesia.
Fantastic cross in from Japan, but as we know with Mexico yesterday, they finished with 8 points, and coming into this game they were only on 12 points, so they haven't played as well today overall, but it came down to this final game, the game that mattered. They didn't make it easy for themselves, but they showed up when they needed to, and we are just a couple of minutes away from Mexico securing their spot for the knockouts tomorrow as fourth place in Group B, where they will likely face Italy. But congratulations to Mexico for qualifying for the knockouts.
Massive congrats to Mexico, and thanks to the goalkeeper who saved many shots and the penalty in the first half. Hard luck to Jordan. So our 4 teams that officially qualified with us from this group: Indonesia, Poland, Japan, and Mexico.
Yes, we are saying goodbye to Jordan and Morocco from Group B, and in Group A we are saying goodbye to Thailand and Chile. But what a final day of the group stages. So much action, so much drama going into round 10. We didn't know who was actually going to qualify, and this is why I love the group stages.
Yes, especially because of the last round where all the drama will happen.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know about you, Abdul, but now that we have locked in the 8 teams for tomorrow, who would you like to see go all the way?
Oh, that is the tough question. But I think Indonesia and, of course, Italy in Group A, they played insanely well. In total, I think we had the 4 and the 8 best teams who played really well throughout the 2 days. They really deserved to be with us in the knockout stage.
And we also need to give a huge shout out as well to Japan, who were knocked out last year in the group stages, but have now qualified for the knockouts as 3rd place in Group B. I mean, what a story and what a comeback arc for them.
Yes, of course. I mean, they were grouped last year. They didn't settle down. They knew that they can do it this year. And here they are. They take it game by game. They got the points. They beat the team they had beat, and that's what happened.
Well, I'm sure you guys at home are so excited about what you're watching, but we are going to head over to Milos with an interview.
Yes, my friends, I'm here with Arsenal style because Mexico officially qualified into the top 4, a tie against Japan. I want to ask you, this is kind of the story in everybody's mind. What happened in that penalty to be able to hold it on and continue play after?
Everybody knows that I'm not the best at penalties. I think it was written because I think we kind of deserved after beating Indonesia. But yeah, honestly, penalties is most about luck. You find the way that he's going to shoot and it's a save.
So today there was a gauntlet to go through, multiple games to get points out of them. How did you reset after the long day yesterday to be able to climb back up into the top 4?
Honestly, every match was very tough today. Even the matches that yesterday we kind of controlled, today were very, very tough. And honestly, we got the qualification on the last match. So I think tomorrow we're gonna think about that match against Indonesia to motivate ourselves. Everybody knows that they are the best team in the world. So I'm expecting already the match against Italy.
It's a big motivation that you get. Now, you say Italy. Is there any teams out there that are scaring you from the other team? Now we go into the next bracket, things really do change up.
No, not really. I think the brackets show that everybody can beat everyone. So I don't think anybody is scared of anyone or anybody really prefers our opponent. Every match is going to be very hard. I think they're going to be defined to the very minute details. So yeah, I'm waiting for tomorrow.
There you go. Thank you very much, Arsenal style. Congratulations to Mexico for making it out and into the top 4. We'll be seeing them tomorrow in our finals bracket. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Milos. Yes, we have now confirmed our final 8 teams going through to the quarterfinals, and Mexico, as we just heard, are one of them. Such a great result for them. And they said they're not really scared about who they play next, and they get to play Italy next.
Well, you can see why. I mean, throughout the group stages, they drew with the winners Poland, and they got a win against Indonesia. They sort of started that rot for Indonesia. So I understand why they're saying, look, give us anyone, we'll give them a good game.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how competitive it has been, especially towards the top end of things. I mean, that was an absolutely incredible goal. We've seen some really good goals over the past 2 days. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, but you would always like an easier matchup, and that's obviously why you finish higher up the table. But realistically speaking, you've got to beat everybody to win it.
And you've got to just tell yourself it doesn't matter who you get, and that's exactly what the Arsenal style was doing there.
Yeah, different format tomorrow. I mean, they're across 2 different games, so even if they get edged out by Italy tomorrow, they've got a chance to bring it back, and maybe we'll see a more attacking version of Mexico. They've been grinding out results, which is completely respectable, but yeah, we'll see how they do against the big dogs in Italy.
Well, this is confirmation of the final round of group stage fixtures then for the console side of things. Group A, Saudi Arabia got a final victory over Italy there 1-0. Turkey and Brazil were held to a draw. Chile edged out Thailand 3-2 there. In Group B, it was Morocco beating Jordan 2-1 to send Jordan effectively out of this competition. Mexico, Japan, that was our feature. That was a stalemate there, 0-0. And then Poland beating Indonesia, 1-0. That means they top the Group B standings. Excellent result for them. I mean, some excellent results all over. And this is confirmation of the standings in Group A. We're saying continuing in the competition to the top 4 there. Italy, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Turkey. And we're saying goodbye to Thailand and Chile. Let's have a quick look at Group B as well. Poland, Indonesia, Japan and Mexico continue in the competition, and we say goodbye to Jordan and Morocco.
Morocco got their win. You know, they earned it right at the end there. They had to hold out against Jordan. I imagine, obviously, that wasn't our feature game, that Jordan were pushing everything forward to get the goal they needed to give themselves a chance and left gaps at the back. But that's credit to Morocco. They come out of here. They've beaten Costa Rica from last year as well in fewer games. So well done, Morocco.
Who are you most excited to see now tomorrow? I think for me, I'm going maybe Poland, Turkey, because Poland have just been building, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've been stepping it up. I was not expecting to see Indonesia not topping that table after today. Yeah. I do want to see how Indonesia come back and if they've got fire in them. But yeah, Poland, have earned every step of their Group B win.
I'm not going to spoil the surprise of one of these games in the bracket, but it is going to mix things up big time. And for some of these teams, they'll look at their performances today, even though they've qualified, and say to themselves, we could have made our lives a lot easier. I'm not spoiling it.
It's 1 taking on 4 and 2 and 3. That's how it goes. So you can probably work it out. We'll get confirmation of those matches in a few moments' time ahead of tomorrow. But tomorrow, do you feel like we just start again? We start afresh?
It's a completely different tournament, right? I think for a lot of these teams, when you go into the group stages, there would be teams like Italy, Indonesia, Brazil, who, realistically speaking, we know they're probably going to progress. They know that they just need to bring maybe their 4th, 5th gear to get through. But tomorrow is where the real competition starts. It's always the same. Teams will make sure they get through the group, and from there, you step up an extra level. That's where the tournament really starts.
You know, we kept saying we expected Thailand to go through. Who then has been a dark horse that has edged through instead of a Thailand, do we think?
That's a good question. It's tough to say because when you hear, anyone can really make it. I look at some of the teams that Thailand have lost to, and I feel disappointment about that. But, I mean, the first thing that I heard sort of coming into this one, speaking to everyone, is that there were about 6 or 7 teams that you can make a real case for being capable of winning this entire thing. And I think that Thailand just come up against teams that on another day they would have beaten, potentially should have beaten, but they have to take their lessons for 2v2.
I think, to answer the question, I think it's more so Turkey or Saudi Arabia that you would have said would have been
Saudi, for sure.
I think Saudi, because obviously they almost get gifted, don't they, away into this tournament because they're host nations.
Exactly. They didn't qualify. They have to go through the same arduous process, but then showing that they deserve to be here at the same time. They really have pulled some good results from nowhere, like beating Brazil, finding results all over the place. I think a decent result against Italy there as well. They've found the wins that they needed to, and now put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, I think you think are a team who just took their chances, didn't they, across the tournament.
It's got some other goals as well, though. It's not like they were holding out. They've got, I think it was against Brazil, they got a goal where there was some tiki-taka on the Brazilian penalty box and put away beautifully into the bottom corner. And you think if Brazil had scored that, we'd be saying, wow, that's why Brazil chose the players that they did. But KSA scored it against them, and they also got the 3-2 win against Brazil, so capable of getting real matches won, if you see what I mean, rather than just grinding out victories?
We said, of course, we have to say goodbye to 4 of our teams, and one of those teams were Jordan. They came up short, didn't they, in that last matchup against Morocco, losing that one just in the final stages. So we are saying goodbye to them, but before they exit the competition, CJ caught up with them.
I'm here with Aktham, manager for Jordan. Obviously, you guys just got eliminated from the tournament, but your first year here at the FIFA eWorld Cup, how did you guys find the experience?
Well, it's an amazing experience. Unfortunately, we would hope to have more or qualify to the knockout stage and hopefully reach the grand final, but that's what it is. We prepared well. Unfortunately, we were unlucky in most of the games, but yeah, that's how football works.
And your first time, I guess, in the 2v2, you have a world champion, a 1v1 world champion on the team. What will you take going into next year for you guys to qualify again?
We will look for another partner for our world champion. We are working now on some a league, a local league, to find more players, to find more co-players, to find more partners, so we can have options when we qualify to the greatest stage of all time.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of supporters back home, friends, family. Do you have anything you'd like to say on behalf of Jordan?
Yeah, we are terribly sorry for this tournament. We hope we will do better next time, and thank you for all your support. And please keep supporting us.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Aktham. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to see that Jordan aren't resting on their laurels. They're already looking forward into the future, developing a league possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're not feeling too despondent. I don't think they've got anything to apologise for. Nobody was expecting anything from them at this event. Their first eFootball for FIFA E as well. I love the fact they're looking to the future, but I do hope in the present they're not too down on themselves.
They have some good players as well, though, at the same time. So I think they'll look at it and sort of say, okay, maybe it was a slight opportunity, especially when it comes down to the last game. I think that's where
that was disappointing.
Yeah, that's where it'll sting, especially when they lose that last game. Had they won it, a couple other results go their way, all of a sudden you're through.
But how important would it be to have more of a structure in the federation, like a league, just to kind of develop that talent?
I mean, in Saudi Arabia, there's Saudi E-League, which is absolutely huge for eFootball.
You can see the signs still, can't you, around here?
Yeah, it's all part of here. And what it does is it sort of spawns players that are LAN ready. And when they reach those LANs, they're not like, oh my goodness, bright lights. They're fine with them.
Yeah, no, it 100% helps. I think having that ecosystem, the saying I use quite often is a rising tide raises all ships, right? So you have that opportunity to go and play up against the best players, the players who play for Saudi Arabia, playing up against the guys here for Jordan. They'll be playing up against the guys who were at this tournament. They go up against them and see who is actually going to crumble or who's going to be the cream that rises to the top.
And surely coming here for Jordan as well, it just stokes that fire a bit more. They go, wow, the opportunity I've had here, I want more of it. And that's hopefully what we hope they'll have got from this.
Well, they'll have to qualify next year again. That's the thing. I mean, it gets more and more competitive. There are teams that were here last year and did quite well that aren't here this year. Argentina aren't here, France aren't here, Netherlands aren't here.
Spain as well.
Yeah, Spain as well. They were one of our
surprise.
favourites, weren't they? So yeah, you can't rest on your laurels at all. So that's what the coach was getting at.
Yeah, but I hope all those teams are watching and kind of going, I'm more motivated now because I missed out on this year to come back next year. And we actually don't know where it's going to be held next year as well, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, especially I think some of the European teams that we've just had that have been so storied in eFootball over the years, to see them not come and make it kind of shows where the competition level is at now. It is really, really high. It's hard to qualify through your region. You have to be a serious outfit.
And can the teams that have gone out, or do they ever help the teams that have gone through? Do they kind of build friendships and allegiances and go, you know what, I'm going to go and give them some tactics here?
They definitely would have been playing against each other on a local side of things. I mean, just obviously ping and stuff comes into it, so you want to be playing against the best in your region. So I suppose they probably would have had their opportunity to go up against those players. But yeah, I think a lot of the practice, mostly in-house, but wouldn't surprise me if the Spain boys and Eldridge O'Neill and all the Dutch guys are helping you guys out.
Just to add to that really quickly as well, I know the Southeast Asian countries really sort of root for each other, like Indonesia, Malaysia. They are hoping that other countries from a similar place do well. Now, I don't know if that's the same, and maybe it's more competitive with some of the Middle Eastern countries. I know that if England and Scotland were here, Scotland wouldn't be like, oh, Scotland will help you out. So that's not the case everywhere, but certainly in some parts of the world, they'll try and support each other.
Okay, well, we've got our Axe Player of the Day as well. We've got our nominations for that. 4 nominations from today's action. You guys can vote for your favourite over at FIFA.gg. This morning, we announced that it was Henriquinho from yesterday he was the Axe Player of the Day. So let's look and find out who the nominations are for today and who you can vote for. Picked by the boys on the sofa. Cole, who did you pick?
I think out of these, Etorito for me. I mean, I know we focus more on Group B at the end there, but Italy winning Group A is huge. Getting there over Brazil, which were the other big favourites. And it seemed that every time Etorito got the ball, his decision-making was just perfect. Back heels, tricks, you name it.
I think for me, I specifically was looking. I mean, look, I wanted to look towards Poland as well, but I think I kind of went for the underdogs in a certain sense. Seeing Mexico come through that result against Indonesia. Andrew Pubas, a phenomenal player. Did really well. Mexico being fantastic. And the same for Turkey. The young guy in Arda, he coming through, finding himself in positions where they can then advance through and put themselves in a good spot. Turkey did a really good job.
We'll take your pick then over at FIFA.gg and we'll announce that tomorrow ahead of the knockouts. Okay, well, let's have a look at the schedule as well, because we want to bring you up to date of exactly what time you need to set your alarm for tomorrow. It's an hour earlier tomorrow, back to the same starting time as we saw yesterday. So it is all kicking off. Oh, Chris likes what he's seeing here. 11 a.m. local time here in Saudi Arabia. Italy taking on Mexico. Where are your eyes flicking down to, though, guys?
Chris, there's one you want to talk about.
Indonesia against Brazil in a quarter-final. Oh, and this is what I was talking about. Obviously, I knew that had happened. Everyone kind of figured it out. But as far as where you land in the group, neither one of those teams would have wanted to see each other yet. Absolutely not. Your first game of the day, first game of knockouts, is against the opponent you had in the grand final last year. That is insane.
And you'll probably have noticed they all come at the same time, because we're going to have 4 quarterfinals played at once. Remember, it's not just one leg, it's 2 leg, it's aggregate. If you're tied after 2 legs, we go to golden goal. And then if you obviously go through, we'll see you again at 12:45 for those semi-finals. Wow, it's been a long morning for the console side of things. But we do have our 8 quarter-finalists, and they are set, they're ready, they're locked in. I'm sure they'll be reliving some of those games they've played today, ready for all the action tomorrow. Guys, thank you for joining me. We'll get to see you again in about an hour and a half time, because we get to do it all again on the mobile side of things, because we are not finished just yet with eFootball. Mobile is coming your way in 2 hours time. Actually, the action kicks off at 5:30 local time, and again 5 more matches to determine our quarter-finalists for tomorrow on the mobile side of things. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you shortly. Bye.
اللعب كما يقول التعريف نشاط يمارس الترفيه بلا جدوى وبلا أثر.
لكن وش يصير إذا اللعب صار له نظام؟